Before we start, I just want to mention that we've just finished my first ever course on my Patreon, where we took a deep dive on how I created these beautiful perfume shots in Blender from start to finish. And the feedback was amazing, so that's why this month we are launching a new series where I'm gonna be breaking down the entire process of making this beautiful ring animation using Blender. We'll be covering everything from texturing, animation, and lighting. Also, I'm gonna be sharing some valuable tips and tricks, insights about the entire workflow. Like, I'm super excited to share this beautiful piece with you. Also, the final project files for those classes are available on my Patreon, along with some amazing tutorials that I don't post here on YouTube. So if this sounds interesting, feel free to check out my Patreon, link in the description. Hello everyone, and welcome to the first class out of 6. In this class, we'll learn how to create this beautiful perfume render completely from scratch. The course is divided by 9 episodes, so the first 4 classes will start building the model step by step, focusing on making a good topology using the help of the knife tool. In the texturing part, I'll show you a quick and effective way to texture the perfume and how to make a good looking label. And the fun part, we're gonna customize this branch for a unique way. In the lighting section, which is my best part, I'll show you how I did the lighting for the scene, also sharing some interesting tips and tricks to elevate your render. We'll finish that by post-processing it inside Photoshop to make it stand out. So, all the assets for this class are ready for you to download. Feel free to check link in the description. A final note, if you want to practice, the homework is shared in our Discord group, so you can take it and apply what you learn. Also, if you run into any challenges during your process, feel free to ask any questions. So now, let's dive in. In this class, we're gonna use 2 add-ons. The first one, it's Loop Tools, and the second one, it's Node Wrangler. They both come with Blender by default. So go to Edit, Preference, and search for Loop Tools, find it, and save Preferences. Enable it, then save Preferences. Back to Edit, Preference, and this time Node Wrangler. Enable it, then hit the Save Preference button. The Node Wrangler, we're gonna use it in the texturing part, and the Loop Tools, we're gonna use it in the modeling. So just keep them enabled, we're gonna use them. Alright? So let's get into it. Hello everyone, as you see I'm in the default Blender scene. Let's get straight into it. I'm gonna be deleting the default group. I'm gonna be deleting everything. So adding Shift A and add my reference. You can find everything in the description down below. Select it, go to the side menu, click on the opacity, drop it just like that. Alright. Scale it a little bit by pressing S, G, Z, and move it up. Next, like the modeling process for this one, it's really that simple. So we're gonna start by adding a cube, Shift A, add the cube, press tab to go to edit mode, S and scale it down, just like that. Go to the wireframe by pressing Z, select wireframe, or you can just press Shift Z, and this is what I do. Alright, so switch the vertex mode by pressing here or by pressing 1 on your keyboard, GZ, and move it up. Same in here, yeah, always in the wireframe. Select everything by pressing A, S, X, and scale. Perfect. Alright, just some small adjustment in here, G, Y, and move it to the side. Alright, go to the edge mode, select this outer edges by holding Shift and click. Go to the front view, Shift to the front view. In the wireframe, press Ctrl B to add bubbles, and make sure to follow your reference. Yeah, perfect. Switch to the face mode, select the front face and the back face. Press E to insert, and always following up the reference. With those faces still selected, press S X, and scale just a little bit. Alright, so I'm gonna be selecting this part and move it a little bit forward. So yeah, just like that. Perfect. Now we need to connect those vertices, this one and this one, to create like a perfect topology. I'm gonna use the knife tool. You can press key to bring up the knife tool. right click, left click to deconnect it, and press enter. And just make sure to put it on top of the vertex, like that. Right click again, left click to deconnect it, and enter. Same process in this part. Yeah, and right click, left click to deconnect, and press enter. Perfect. Now I'm going to be adding one loop cut by pressing Ctrl R in the middle, and 2 on each side, and 5 loop cuts in here. Yeah, perfect. And one more in the middle. So I'm gonna be pressing slash to solo my mesh. Alright, in the edge mode again, make sure we're gonna be selecting those edges, so that when we're gonna add the subdivision surface, it will be nice and sharp. So yeah, so select this one, Alt, select everything, Alt Shift, and make sure to select everything in here. Yeah, same though with this smaller ones. Make sure that you don't select some wrong edges. After you're done with that, I'm gonna be adding bubbles. Control P. I'm gonna go with the smaller ones, just like that. One level is fine. Perfect. Yeah. Next, we're gonna go to the vertex mode. Select this vertex. Press Control Shift B to bubble it, just like that. So we're gonna go with 2 levels. Make sure to have this 4 vertex in here. Perfect. Select the middle one, press X, and delete vertex. Go to Edit, Preferences, and search for loop tools. Loop, not in here, get extension. Let's see. Loop, oh. Loop tools, yeah, and press install. Yeah, perfect. And save preferences. Now select this outer edges and right click, or sorry, left click. You're gonna find the loop tools in here, it will appear, and select circle. Now we have a perfect circle. Scale it up just like that. And again, we're gonna use the knife tool to connect these vertices. So key to bring the knife tool, right click, and make sure in here to zoom in a little bit to select the right edge, the right vertex, sorry. Yeah, same process in here. Select this one again. If you're done, press enter. Yeah, perfect. So now if we add the subdivision surface, we're gonna have really smooth object. Perfect. So next I'm gonna be going again to edit mode, select this edge, press I, Z, and extrude. select this edge, control B, and add small bubbles just to sharpen in the part. Perfect. Alright, now let's move on to create the liquid. So I'm gonna be duplicating this one by pressing Shift T. Go to edit mode, select everything, S, and scale it down, just like that. Also make sure to scale it on the x-axis. Perfect. Slash 2 times. And select the top vertex, top edge, and press Ctrl plus, and make sure to leave up in here one edge. Does not select. Make sure to leave up in here one edge. So for example, make sure to you select everything and press X, delete vertex. You're gonna have like this weird one, and you're gonna need to fill up all of these. So make sure to leave up one edge in here, this one for example, and X vertex. So now select Alt, select this edge, F to fill it. Back to your stuff. Perfect. Now we're just done with the body look. Feel free to adjust that however you want. Yeah, perfect. Alright, now let's move on to modeling this upper thing. Simple stuff. You're gonna add the cube, go to edit mode by pressing tab S and scale it down. In the wireframe, try to match it with your reference. Box, select this part, G, Z, and move it up. Select this part, G, Z, and move it down. A to select everything, S, Y, and scale on the Y axis. Go to the side view, S again, X, and scale it just a little bit, like that. Alright, perfect. Go to the edge mode, select those edges by holding Shift and click. Go to the front view, wireframe again, Control B to add bubbles. We're gonna go with one level. Make sure to follow your reference in this part. Yes, okay. Next, go to the face mode by pressing 3, or you can switch in here. Select the top face and the bottom face. Press I to insert. To make sure those faces are still selected, press S, Z, and scale up. S again, Y, and scale until it matches with your reference. Perfect. Hit slash to solo your mesh. You can use our hero again, which is the knife tool. Go to the vertex mode, bring the knife tool by pressing key on your keyboard, connect these vertices, right click, left click to deconnect it. Same thing in here, same thing, just make sure that you select the correct vertices and press enter. Now we're gonna be adding 3 loop cuts in here, 1 on the side. Switch to the edge mode by pressing 2, select those edges, like the same process as the body. Selecting those by holding Shift and click. Yeah, after you're done with selecting everything, make sure you select the correct vertices, the correct edges. Control B to add bubbles. We're gonna go with 2 levels, something like that. It's good. Okay, go to the vertex mode, select this vertex, Control Shift B to bevel this vertex. just like that. Delete these vertices by X, delete vertices, select this outer edge, left click, loop tools, and select circle. S again and scale it up. Next, bring up the knife tool and connect these vertices. So right click, left click, deconnect it. After you're done, press enter. Okay, we're gonna take this edge now, this one, Shift D to duplicate it, move it down, and press P to separate it by select. Press slash to go back to the references. Select this edge, go to edit mode, select it all, press E to extrude, S to scale, E again to extrude, G, Z, and move it down, just like that. E again to extrude, S, E, G, Z, and move it down, just like that. So we're gonna be adding one loop cut in here, one loop cut, S, Shift Z to scale just on the X and Y axis, Control B and add bevel, just like that. Perfect. Select this edge and this edge and this one. So I'm gonna be pressing Control B to give that some bevels. I'm gonna give that some bevel to sharpen the corners. Okay, perfect. So now let's add subdivision surface to smooth this out. Yeah, here we go. Go to edit mode again. I feel like this part we need to adjust the scale of it. So A to select everything, S, Shift Z to scale just on the X and Y axis, just like that. Like make sure to follow the reference for this down. For this bottom one, I want to select just this top part, for example. So the way we can do that, we can select this bottom edge, Control plus, to increase the selection. And as soon as you hit this, as soon as you get to this vertex, press Control I to invert the selection. And now S, Shift Z to scale just on the X and the Y axis, just like that. Alright. I think now we need to move on to the texturing. So I'll split my view in here. Let's switch to the shader editor. Let me enable my screencast key. Alright. You can press N to get rid of this annoying menu. So I'll split also this side. This one will be my rendered view. I'm gonna turn the overlays. And yeah, like, oh, let me just remove everything and do it again. Alright, so Shift A, add a plane, rotate it by pressing R, G, X, and move it back. S and scale it on the Z axis, just scale it until it fits with your camera. S again. For example, I want the light to be added perfectly in here. So Shift S, cursor to select. Because if it was the 3D cursor in here, like just some laziness, I need to take the light and move it back to the background. That's take a lot of time. So easy stuff, select the background, Shift S, cursor to select, Shift A. Add an area light G and move it back. Alright. Select the plane to create a gradient background. Like you just need to add this new and search for a translucent PSTF and plug it into the surface. So I'll take this one and move it up. As you already having some gradient effect. And the skin highlight on the y-axis will increase the strength. And I'll move it to the side, just like that. Give it a little bit of strength. For the background, I'm gonna give it a pinkish color. So I'm gonna give it like a pinkish color, something like that. I'll increase the strength of the light. Move it a little bit back. Alright. I think we are now ready to go. So I'm gonna be adding another light for texture previewing. G, and move it up just like that. Alright. Before we move on to the texturing, I want to finalize some of the modifiers. For example, I have subdivision in here. This tab one control the subdivision level in the viewport. As you see, if we go closer, you're gonna notice that this edge becomes smoother. So for this one and this bottom one, control the render view. Alright, so I'm gonna give it 3 in the render and 2 in the viewport. Alright, so because if we give it 3, it might slow down your computer, so we don't want that. Or it might slow down my computer. So same thing for the liquid, this inner part. I'm gonna give it 3 in the render view, 2 in the viewport, as well as this one. I think this one, 2, like same thing, 3 in the render view. Alright, so now we have this piece that doesn't have any subdivision. So I want to join it, this one and this one, and it's become one mesh. And the way we're gonna do that by selecting this one, shift select this bottom one, control J, and now we join them. And now this one is have the subdivision, because if you didn't lastly select this one, for example you select this one last, control J, it will join, but it will copy the modifier for this one. As you see, now we have this one, it doesn't have the subdivision surface. So control Z to go back. Alright, make sure this one has this orange frame, control J, and now we are ready to go. Alright, I think we are ready to move on. Alright, so for the body of the bottle, I'm gonna give it like a simple glass material. So press this new button, add a glass BSDF, and take the principle in the surface. Alright, just like that. Feel free to increase the roughness just a little bit, 0.1, something like that. So for the liquid, same thing, I'll add Shift A, I'll add the glass PSDF. Now I'm gonna give it like a slightly pinkish color, not that much. So we can, alright, just something like that. We can always go back and adjust it. Alright, so same thing for this top thing, the upper thing, add the glass PSDF. For this one I'm gonna give it a little bit higher on the roughness, as you see. Also, I feel like this light is a little bit harsh, and drop the strength. So next I want to have like a strap in here, some kind of stuff in this part. So the way we're gonna do that is by selecting this one, tab to go to edit mode, make sure you are in the face mode, box, select two spaces, Shift T, to duplicate it, P and separate by select. Alright, take this one that we just duplicated, remove the material by pressing this X button, as you see. Go to the modifier tab and add a solidify modifier. So make sure that it's face the correct normals. As you see, let me increase it. Alright, just something like that. It's probably perfect for this time. So next I'll take this edge, then move it a little bit up. So Ctrl R to add loop cuts, Ctrl B and bevel, just that, and make sure this face is still selected. So go to the material properties, press this assign button and press this new button, this one, to add the new material. Hit assign, add the new one, and just the principal BSDF. Alright, make sure to go to the face mode, Ctrl A to invert the selection, add another one and hit assign. Let's press this new button. For this one we're gonna give it a metallic, set all the way to 1 and a little bit of in the roughness, something like 0.3, something like that is perfect. Alright, I feel like also those lines are a little bit bigger. So like for example we have in here those ones that we make are smaller, but it gives us just bigger lines. The way we're gonna get rid of this, like we need to add one loop cut, because the subdivision, that is this issue, as you see. I don't know why, but subdivision did that. Alright, now I think it's perfectly organized. Maybe I'll take the solidify a little bit down, just like that. Alright, so next I feel like you're gonna see now like the material on the glass, like what's happened. Like to fix that, it's really simple. Select the body, give it an solidify modifier. As you see, be sure to go to the wireframe by pressing Shift Z and see and hold Shift. You can, for example, if it's too fast like that, you can control it. You can just hold Shift and drag, and that would make it slowly. Alright, just like that. Perfect, and the problem is fixed. Same thing with the glass. I'll add solidify modifier, like hold Shift and drag it to the side, just like that, and our problem is fixed, as you see. Alright, so we are going to add another metallic part inside this part, as you see. So Shift S, cursor to select. Like, let's show an example. For example, the cursor was in this part. If I press Shift A, for example, I want to add a circle. Shift A, add the circle. I want the circle to be in this exact center part. Like, I need to take it, G, move it to the side, and close it up per top view and try to make it in the center, which takes a little bit of the time. Lazy stuff, delete it. So select this one, Shift S, cursor to select. Now if we add the circle, it will be added automatically in the center. Alright, go to edit mode by pressing Tab S and scale it down. just like that. I'll take it and I'll press E, G, and move it up to extrude it. So select this one, G, X, and move it down, just like that. E again to extrude, S and scale it. E to extrude, Z, and move it down. Alright, just like that. Move it a little bit up. And give it a metallic material, set all the way to up and drop the a little bit down. So fill this part if you need, and right click, shade auto smooth, back to it. Take this upper thing and give it a solidify modifier. Same thing, hold shift and always your eyes in the render view. Alright, back to this thing that we just created. Box, select this part, G, Z, and move it down. Alright. Perfect. Perfectos. Perfectos. So to fix this thing, like I feel like it's looking good, but we are going to add the hue saturation now, like we're gonna use it later. Take the color and plug it into the color. You can set your mouse hover on top of the color panel, Control C, Control V, and this is how you can copy colors inside Blender without copying this hex code. Alright, take the color, plug it into the color. Now if we take the value all the way up, you're gonna notice that this glass becomes shiny, like, which is going to help us when we're gonna do lighting. Alright, so this is the before, this is the after. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. Alright, cool. So now let's add the label. So like same thing, go to edit mode, select these vertices, this vertex, shift S, cursor to select, and now if we added the label, so shift A, image as plain, take this label, you're gonna find it in the description down below. Alright, import image as plain. With that, the label will snap perfectly on top of our perfume. Tap to go to edit mode, S, and scale it down, G, X, and move it forward, G, Z, move it up, S, and scale it. Alright, just like that. I feel like also this text is a little bit on the middle. I want it to be bigger, like that. Alright, the way we're gonna do that is by using the UV editor. So I'm gonna be splitting this view, switch to UV editor, A to select all, make sure to press A again to select all in the UV editor, S, and scale down, G, and move it to the side, make sure that's in the center of the frame. Alright, I feel like also it's a little bit bigger, so I'll scale it down just like that. Alright, perfect. I'll scale it one more thing, one. Alright, so now I'll deconnect the alpha. Alright, so now we need to mix this label with an image texture, because labels in real life, like, it doesn't look flat like that, because if we pay attention to it, it looks like flat, a piece of paper. All right, and that's it doesn't look realistic. So the way we're gonna do that is by adding a paper texture. So Shift A, search for image texture, open. Like you're gonna find this one also in the description. I downloaded it, I guess, from Unsplash. Alright, so take it. Alright. If you have the node jungled add-on enabled, if you don't have it, let's enable it. So go to edit, preference, and search for node. I think it's extension maybe in add-on. Alright, so node wrangled add-on, make sure that to enable this one. Save preference. Alright, like Control Shift right click, and this one will preview our paper texture. Alright, it looks good. Now we need to mix between these two textures. Now we want to mix between these two textures. Like it's really that simple. We're gonna use a node called mix color. So Shift A, add a mix color. I'll take this label, then plug it at the bottom. Take this one, plug it up. Take the result into the base color. Now, if the value on the factor is 0, we're gonna see the paper texture. If the factor 1, we're gonna see the label. Alright, make sure that the factor is all the way up, and we need to mix between these. So in here, switch to darken. Alright, and this is how we mix between two textures. I'm gonna give some bump to this label, like to make it a little bit realistic. Alright, so Shift A and search for a bump node. I'll take the result and plug it into the height. Take the bump normal to normal. Alright, now we have this grungy texture, like it's too much, so I'll take the distance 0.01, also the strength a little bit down, just a tiny, like 0.1. Alright, something like that, it's perfect. Alright, one more thing, I feel like this paper texture, it doesn't look good. Like those lines are horizontal, I want them to be vertical. Hope you understand what I say. So take the paper texture, Control Shift T, Control Shift and Control Shift, Control and the right Shift, Control T, and so select the paper texture, Control T, and that will automatically snapping the mapping node and the texture coordinate. Alright, so I'll adjust the scale of it. Like this one is controlling the scale, this one is the rotation, this one is the location. We adjust now the scale, just something like that. I'll take the Z rotation by 90 degree. Right, and now it's fixed. Perfect. Alright, so one more thing for the label, gonna be adding shrink wrap. Like what this shrink wrap does, so if I select the target to be the bottle, now this label will snap automatically on top of the bottle, for example, as you see. Like it's, yeah, like it's always wanting to snap into the bottle. Alright, so we're gonna add solidify modifier to solidify that. Make sure always to check let's see. Alright, just something like that, it's going to work really good for me. Next, we have a new guest, which is the branch, the ray branch. Like I download this one from Polyhaven, I guess. Yeah, you're gonna find also link in the description. We're gonna customize this small cookie. Alright, I'll add the color ramp and then plug it between the image texture and the base color. Like with that, we turn it into a black and white value to have full control over it, as you see. Like the sliders are controlling this effect. Alright, so for this, I'm gonna take this dark one, give it a gray color, just like that. Take the white and I'll give it a slightly pinkish color. So take this one, drag it closer to here, and I'll drop the saturation for this one. Alright, I feel like it's perfectly organized. Like with this method, you're gonna customize any assets you have: rocks, trees, flowers, anything. So use it. Alright, I think we are done with the texturing for now, and we are ready to move on to create the scene. Alright, so let's move on how we can create this wavy branch. Like this method, like I use it a lot, especially like when I'm working like with client projects, or when I want to create some really stylized assets or anything. So let me show you. Select this branch, go to edit mode, select it all, and we're gonna start by rotating it and placing it in somewhere. Like for example, I'll just show you the method. I'll place it in the bottom in here. To make it easy for you to make the shape that you want, we're gonna try to draw it. You can draw by holding D and right click, and you can remove it by D again and left click, as you see. So I'm gonna be drawing like a basic shape, like something like that. Let me remove this one, something like that. Alright, oh, something like that. Let me remove it, do it again, do it again. Alright, just like that. So I'll take my branch and I'll scale it a little bit, I'll remove it, make sure to check the side view, G, X, and move it to the side. Also the top view, everything is perfect. So I'll take it and I'll place it on top of it. Alright, so next, the method it's really simple. We're gonna use the proportional editing and the 3D cursor. For example, I'm gonna select a vertex in this corner, as you see, a vertex in here, and Shift S to snap the 3D cursor perfectly into that vertex. And make sure to go to the top menu in here and switch to 3D cursor. Now if we select any part in here and try to move it or rotate it, it will be rotating perfectly around the 3D cursor. Now we let the 3D cursor to act as a pivot point. Like you can do that even in the object mode. For example, if I take my 3D cursor and place it into that plane, if I want to rotate this empty, the empty will rotate perfectly around the cursor, as you see, and that can help us in many cases. Let's just stick to this one. So I'll do the same again. Shift S, cursor to select, go to here and enable the proportional editing. Don't worry if you never use that, it's really that simple. Enable it, select the vertex in this corner, and you can simply rotate and use the scroll wheel to control the shape of to control the circle. So yeah, just like that. So maybe I'll take this bottom one, G, and I'll move it down to create this circle. Alright, I'll select all G, Z, and move it up, and just like that. Maybe I'll take now this and take the trigger, so hit Shift S, cursor to select this vertex, and I'll rotate it just like that. Maybe I'll select this part, G, and move it up, R, rotate it, and just like that. Like, you can really create some beautiful shapes with that. So I highly recommend you to stick in this part as long as you can, exploring. So yeah, just try to create something simple. Alright, no, it doesn't look that good. So yeah, let me place the 3D cursor in here, Shift S, take this one and try to rotate it, just like that. Alright. It will take a long time, so I'll just speed up the process. So just like that, to show you just the method. So select all, feel free to scale everything if you need, and any part you want. Just get a little bit creative. Don't worry too much if you didn't get it in the first attempt. Shift S, rotate this one. Oh, what is that? Shift S, rotate this one. Just like that. Yes. Alright. Now I think I'm gonna stick to this one. Then move my camera a little bit back, so G, middle mouse, and make sure to always to go back to your medium point after you're done, or you can just press dot in your keyboard and switch. So when you get used to it, you're gonna just snap in stuff like that. 3D cursor, medium point. So yeah. Alright, I feel like this one is perfect. I'm gonna try to rotate the camera a little bit to the side, using again the 3D cursor. So for example, it's not using it, and see what's gonna happen. Well, for example, I want the camera to be on this, to be, oh, what is that? Alright, let me back to my focal length. So I want the camera to be on this side, for example. Like, I need to now rotate it, G, move it to the side, which is not you have full control over it, but let me show you a quick trick. Select the label or anything, Shift S, cursor select, dot, switch to 3D cursor, select the camera. Now if we try to rotate the camera will be rotated perfectly around my object, and that's gonna help us to see which angle we want really quickly. So, and also make sure to select the background and the light, and like that, because if you rotate just the camera, like, you're gonna see this black part. Feel free to select everything and R and rotate just like that. Alright, so maybe I'll stick to a shot like that. I'll take the camera. Maybe let's see what's gonna happen if we go with a top shot. So G, Z, and move it up. I'll take this one a little bit down, just like that. Alright, so I think it's perfectly organized. Let me go back to this one, select everything, switch to 3D cursor S and then scale this one just like that. Alright, perfect. Also I'll take this one a little bit to the side, just like that. You know what, let's stick to a straight shot. Yeah, love it. This one is better. So select again everything is Y and scale, L and rotate, and to me take this one just like that. I want this one to be on the corner, in the corner. So yeah, make sure that everything is perfectly into this place. Use the proportional editing to adjust some part if you need. G to move it to the side, just like that. Alright, okay, like that. Now we can move on to the lighting, which is my favorite part. I like to split my lighting process into two things: fill and highlight. Let's start with fill. So I'll add an area light by pressing Shift A and select area light, rotate it and press G, X and move it forward. G again, Y and move it to the side. Rotate it toward your perfume, S and scale it on the Y axis, just like that. Don't want to be that much, spread it into the scene. So yeah, I'll scale it on the Z axis. I wanted to target this part in the branch and this part and also this part, and I want also to have some shadows in here, so I'll try to move it a little bit back, just like that. So I'll increase the strength until it become that good, as you see. Feel free to, and then try to rotate it. Not necessary, so just keep it like that. And let me just scale it a little bit on the Y axis. Alright, so now I'm gonna be adding another area light. Shift A, another area light. G, move it up, and S and scale it down, just like that. G, move it into inside of the bottle, like this one will be our first highlight. Let me rotate this one so it can face up, and then scale it on the Y axis just a little bit. As you see, we can start seeing something. I'll change this to a purple color and then increase the strength, just like that. Alright, okay, if we start seeing something, feel free to take it and move it inside to just see the look that you want. Maybe try to rotate it on the Y axis, but I think I'll keep it like that. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. Alright, so I'll take this light, I'll duplicate it and then rotate it and then move it to the other side, and I'll move it a little bit back for this one, a little bit to the back, and then scale it on the x-axis, S, Z, and scale it to spread it into all this edge. Alright, so maybe for this one I'm gonna put it inside the bottle and see what is gonna happen. Alright, always wonder, what if? Who knows? No one knows, so always try. So I'll scale it. As you see, we start having some wonderful highlight, and scale it again, like I made it a little bit bigger. Alright, so G, X, and move it forward,
I guess. Feel free to drop the strength if you need. Alright, so yeah, it's too much, so I'll take it to the back. I'll leave it in the back, I guess. And I'll try to, yeah, and then scale it on the Z axis. I'll drop the strength. Something really subtle, as you see. Alright. We are going to get back to it. So you know what? Let me rotate it. G, Z, move it up. Like this is my real process when working on client project or my project. Always like just keep tweaking. Even like if I have an idea, I'm not stick to that idea that much. Like I always try new stuff. So for example, I'm gonna be targeting this corner, as you see. Scale it and then drop and then scale it on this side. Yes, just like that. Let's scale it. One more thing, then maybe I'll rotate it. Let's see what's gonna happen. I'll take it a little bit back, for example. Yeah, just like that. All right, cool. We still gonna add some, we need some highlighting here. So one thing that I'm gonna do is I'll take this light again, this one, and duplicate it, and I'll place it in the bottom this time. I'll scale it on the x-axis, and I'll drop the strength all the way down, and slowly holding shift and scaling, increasing the strength. I'll take it to the back. Maybe I'll put it inside again, move it forward. Yeah, as you see, it's increased the strength. Alright, something like that is going to be good for this time. I'll take another this one again, rotate it, then place it in the side. Oh, and then scale it on the Z axis, just like that, and drop the strength all the way down and really give it some subtle effect. As you see, we have this line which give us some light. Let me drop this saturation. Alright, I feel like this part needs to have some light, this one. So I'll add an area light, then move it to this part. I'll scale it, I'll drop the strength, and here we are. Let's move it to the a little bit to the front, targeting this part, drop the strength, and yeah, I think it's too much. Let's take this one, move it back, then drop the strength, just like that. Alright, before, after, before, after. Yeah, much better. So we take this area light, this one, this top one, then scale it on the y-axis to get rid of this harsh area. As you see, let's scale it on the y-axis, and this one will be removed. Alright, what is that? Is this? Where did the shadow come from? Don't tell me. This is one from this light. This one. This one is from this highlight. If I hide it, yeah, from it. To get rid of it, you just need to rotate it until it faces forward and scale it on the x-axis. Then take it this time. I'll take it back. Yeah. The hell? Drop the strength. Do something like that. I guess I'll scale it on the z-axis to make this harsh part like fall off. I want this part to be a little bit smoother. So SX, and let's scale it. Alright. Yeah. And then take this strength a little bit up. Finally, let's do a test render. Like, I don't know, but I can't create the exact same render 2 times, for example. Like, because the other one that I created as an introduction for this, like, I couldn't create this exact same, for example, the waviness on the brown shower. Yeah, I don't know, it's just me or... yeah, but I really like this one. I really like this one. So yeah, I think we going to keep it like that for this time. I think we are done. But before, let me stop rendering. Go into the layout. I feel like the background needs to be a little bit saturated. Increase the saturation just a little bit. And yeah, take the strength. Alright, I think we are done on this one. So for my render setting, I pretty much keep them as default. If we take a look, like one thing that I do is I'll take the threshold and give that something around 3. I'll take the max sample, I divide that by 4, or let's divide that by 5. Yeah, and this is the light path setting. Also make sure to always select IGX, medium high contrast. Alright, and one more thing is I rendered the scene separately from the background so that I have full control over it in the post-processing part. And the way we're gonna do that is by hiding the plane. But if you hide the plane in the outliner, you're not gonna see the reflection of the background, and we don't want that. So you need to select your plane, go to Object Properties, under Visibility. I'm gonna find right visibility and check camera. Now we will render to hide the plane, but we still need to see the reflection. And this is how you can do that. Alright, to make the background transparency, you need to go to Render Properties, under Fin, check transparency. Alright, so now we can see we have our render in the transparency mode. If you want to render it as a transparency PNG, you need to check this one. If you set it to RGB, it will render in a black background. So make sure to select RGBA, I think, yeah. Make sure to select also PNG. And now you can just hit F12. After you're done, go back, select the background, and check the camera. Now we need to render the background only. So select this scene, make sure you don't select the light for the background, and press M and take that into a new collection. Let's call this perfume, like that. Alright, and now you can hide it in here, and now again press F12. Like after you're done, you just need to press image, save as, and that will save automatically in your, call it whatever you want, and save it. let's call it background and save as. So open Photoshop and press this open button and select your render. Alright, select your render. Alright, after take your background, drag it and drop it in here. Make sure it's under the first layer. For the color grading, I use the camera raw filter. So select the top layer, Ctrl Shift A to open the camera raw filter. Like this is some stuff that I always do, like for pretty much all my projects, like the same process. So you're gonna go to the basic, I'll take the exposure a little bit up, then take the texturing a little bit up. Alright, under curve I'll try to create an S-curve, something like that. Nothing fancy. Alright, you can press this button to see before and after. So go back to the basics. I'll then take the clarity a little bit up, also the saturation. Go back to the curve. I'll take this one down, take this one up. Back to the basics. I'll take the saturation down. This is if we can see the before and after. Yeah, so select the background and do the same, Ctrl Shift A. I'll take the exposure a little bit up. So on the curve I'll create an S-curve just like that. Alright, now we have this.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the second class out of 6. In this session we learn how to create these 2 beautiful renders from scratch. Since we are working with 2 scenes, here is the plan. We'll model the bottle from scratch, then texture it. Also I'm gonna show you how I created these beautiful details that reflects the lights inside the bottle. Those tiny details are going to really help us in the lighting process. Next we'll make the label, which is a bit advanced this time. We're gonna model it first, then texture it. And finally, we're gonna block and build the first scene, covering how I made this wavy antler using the same method I've shared in the first class. Finish that with some beautiful lighting, including some valuable tips and tricks along the way. For the second scene, here we'll model a cup and focusing on adding those wavy details on top of the surface using the displacement modifier. We're gonna use those ice cube, and thanks for Money MP4 for providing those assets. We'll block out the scene, and this time I'm gonna show you how you can create a beautiful lighting setup using one single light source, and finishing that by post-processing it inside Photoshop. So this class will help you really take your skill to the next level. So I highly recommend you to pay attention and start practicing. So download all the assets via the link in the description. And as always, the homework is available in the Discord group, or in case you face any problem during your process, feel free to ask any questions. So now, let's dive in. In this class, we're gonna use 2 add-ons. The first one, it's Loop Tools, and the second one, it's Node Wrangler. They both come with Blender by default. So go to Edit, Preference, and search for Loop Tools, find it, and save Preferences. Enable it, then save Preferences. Back to Edit, Preference, and this time Node Wrangler. Enable it, then hit the Save Preference button. The Node Wrangler, we're gonna use it in the texturing part, and the Loop Tools, we're gonna use it in the modeling. So just keep them enabled, we're gonna use them. Alright? So let's get into it.
A new Blender scene, we're gonna start modeling. So I'll press Shift A and add my reference. You're gonna find it in the description down below. Alright, so we're gonna be having two references. The first one will be the solid view, and the second one will be the wireframe. Just let me enable my screencast key. So I'll place the wireframe one under the y-axis. So Shift A, again reference, and box, select them all, and G, Z, and move them up, just like that. Select this one, go to the side menu, down in the opacity, and drop it to 0.5. Same thing with the other one, drop the opacity to something like that. Alright, and make sure that this one is perfectly in here. Alright, so I think we are ready to go. So we're going to add a circle with 24 vertices. Press tab to go to edit mode, and G, Z, and move it up. I'm gonna start from the top, so I'll scale this down just like that. Alright, and take this one to here, S, E, Z, extrude. Make sure that you are in the wireframe, so that, for example, if you are in the solid view and select this part, like you're gonna not select the other part. So always in the wireframe. I'll take this one and scale it a little bit, just like that. And again, E to extrude, Z, S, same thing, E to extrude, Z, move it down, just like that. S, move down, alright. E again to extrude, S, move it a little bit down, S again, E to extrude, S. Alright, let's go back to this one, and I'll move it a little bit down, and I'll scale it. I'll add another edge, another loop cut in here by pressing Ctrl R and S, and scale it just like that. Alright, so I'll take this one, I'll extrude it, I'll scale it, take this other one and we'll scale it a little bit. S to scale, just basic modeling stuff, like I think you're already familiar with that. Scale it again, E, extrude, loop cut in the middle, S, and scale. And I think we need now to add subdivision to smooth this out. Alright, I'm gonna be adding subdivision with the 2 levels. I think it's perfect. Alright, you know what, let me get rid of this edge. I'm gonna Alt, click, and X, dissolve edges. Alright, so I'm gonna start in here, then take this edge, Ctrl B, and add bevels, just like that, tiny little ones. Same thing in here, I'll add bevels, select this edge again, Ctrl B. Now I'm gonna go with something a little bit higher, yeah, like that. Alright, those edges are still selected. Select the top one and S, and scale just a little bit. Alright, perfect. Take this edge and scale it. Make sure to always check your reference. Select this edge, G, X, and move it up, and Ctrl B and add bevels, just like that. Alright, and feel free to scale it if you need. Move it a little bit down, just like that. Alright, and make sure to follow always your reference. Now let's go to the edge mode by switching here. Alt select this edge, Shift Alt select this one, Control B, and add some more bevel. Alright, now we're gonna be using the wireframe reference. Alt select this bottom edge and E to extrude, S and scale it down, E again to extrude, G and move up. Take this edge and this edge and Control B and add some bubbles just like that. Alright, take the edge that we just extruded, this one, and G, Z, move it up, S and F to fill, Control B and add some bubbles just like that, S and scale this up, G, move it down, and I think we done with that. If you see some artifaction in here in these faces, I insert, then now this stuff will be removed. So yeah, I think we almost done. So let me take this one, let's scale this edge one more time in here like that. I'm just double checking everything, so everything is correct. Yeah, so I'm gonna be selecting this edge, Shift D to duplicate it, G, X and move it up, B and separate it by select. Take this edge, go to edit mode, A to select all, S and scale, E again, extrude, S, E again to extrude, S, E extrude, Z and move it down just like that. Alright, take this edge, press F to fill and Control B and add some bubbles. Alright, let me follow my reference just like that. Take this edge and go to edge mode and this one, these two edges, and Control B and add some small bubbles just like that. Alright, now take this edge, scale it, G, move it down. I'm gonna use again the help of the reference. I'll scale it a little bit down and then move it down. Alright, I'll press F to fill it, Control B and add bubbles, move it down, S and scale it just like that. I think we are good now to go. Like, I think the modeling is pretty much done. This is what we did. So as you see, we have two levels of the subdivision surface in the viewport and the render view. Alright, I think now we can move on to work on the materials. So I'll split my view. I'll switch to the shader editor. Let me just enable my screencast key. Alright, I'll have another view in here. For this one, it will be the render viewport. So always setting up the wall strength to 0. Alright, we're gonna start by adding a plane, rotating it like as we did in the previous class, G, X, and move it back to create a background. So like I love to see like my materials on real time. So I'll add the camera and I'll press 0 to go to the camera view, G, middle mouse and move it back. G again, move it up. I'll increase the focal length to something like that, G again, and move back. Always select now the background, go to the shading tab at the new material and Shift A and search for a translucent PSDF. Alright, so I'll add another light by pressing Shift A to place it behind the background to create that gradient effect. Alright, go to the camera view in here. Alright, so I'll scale this one on the Y axis, then increase the strength just like that. Maybe I'll give to that for this time like this, oranges color like that. Alright, this will be good for now. So increase maybe the focus. Alright, so I'll select the body, I'll press this new button and I'll search for a class PSDF, just like that. Simple, good, easy. I'll increase the roughness to something like that. Alright, cool. One thing, I want to check my face orientation, like always check your face orientation. What is it in here? Yeah, as you see, you have some flip normals for this one, but let's ignore this one. So we have the bottle facing the correct faces. For example, if it was red like that, you're gonna see some weird shading in the glass. So always to recalculate normals, you can press Shift N, or you can press Alt N and switch and click flip. So yeah. Alright, now I think we need to create the liquid for the bottle. So I'll duplicate this one by pressing Shift T, go to edit mode, S Shift Z to scale just on the X and the Y axis. It's just a little bit, yeah. Always check, yeah, it's just like that. Alright, so I'll delete this bottom part, so I'll select it and I'll delete it, X, delete vertices, select this one and extrude it, and F and fill it, press slash to solo your mesh, press E to insert, E again and E, and make sure that you are perfectly on top of the thing, because it's appearing in this bottom, so we don't want that. Make sure to select some of the faces that you inserted, G, Z, and move up. Now we cannot see it in here, which is perfect. So same thing, I'll delete this top vertices, X, delete vertices, select this edge, G, X, and move it down, and F again, slash to solve your mesh. By the way, for example, if you select a vertex in here, you can go exactly to that vertex. You can just press numpad. You can just press dot during numpad. That will take it automatically to that vertex. For example, if you want this part, or if I want this part, yeah. So I'll go to here, I press again I to insert, just like that. I think this is pretty much it. So I'll give to the liquid an orange color, but if you, for example, if I select this one and go with an orange color, like a bottle also will be affected, as you see. The bottle will also be affected, and we don't want that. So Ctrl Z to undo that, and select the materials for the liquid, go to this icon and duplicate it. Now we made a duplication. So for example, if we change the color, like the color of the bottle will not be affected. I think also the color that we pick for the background, I'm gonna be dropping the saturation so that you can see how it looks in real time. Alright, like I have a hex code in here for the color of the liquid. I'll copy it and I'll take it to the hex and I'll paste it in here. Alright, perfect. Next, what we're gonna do is move on to this upper thing. I'll add the new material. For this one, I'm gonna give it a wood texture. So again, if you have no triangle add-on enabled, Control Shift T and find your texture. You're gonna find it in the description, like I downloaded it from CC0 texture, I guess. So yeah, after you bring your texture, make sure to deconnect the displacement. We don't want that. And I'm gonna be adding an area light to previewing my texture, just like that, simple one. So I'll select this one, I'll go to the edit mode by pressing tab, select it all, and let's try to unwrap it. And you can just press U, Smart UV unwrap, and unwrap. So I'm gonna be splitting the screen, switching to UV to just see what we did. Maybe I'll rotate it like that. I'll rotate it just for some variation. Maybe I'll move it a little bit to the side. Yeah, just like that. Maybe I'll scale it a little bit bigger or smaller. Alright, something like that. It's perfectly good for me. So I'm gonna be increasing the metallic on this one, and I'll add a color ramp to customize it. Like as you see, like same stuff that we did in the previous class, we just repeat that but in a different project. So yeah, I'll take the same color for the liquid. Take the same color for the liquid. You can just go to here, Control C, copy this one, take it, and I'll place it in here, Control V, take this one and give it a gray color, like that, maybe a little bit brighter, then move it closer to it, and maybe I'll drop the saturation on this one, just like that, and maybe I'll change the hue to be a little bit yellowish, that golden vibe. Alright, yeah, and now we're pretty much done with the texturing of the bottle. So I'm gonna be adding an air bubble, like be adding an air bubble in this corner, in this part. So Shift A and search for sphere, go to edit mode, scale it down and place it inside the bottle, just like that. Alright, scale it a little bit more, rotate it, and let's give that a gloss material. As you see, we start seeing something. And for example, if you scale it on the z-axis, you're gonna start seeing this edge. Alright, so I think alright, so as you see, we start having some air bubble in here. So for example, you can take this one, place it up, or for example, you can put it inside.
This one is not going to be useful now until we move to create the first scene. So yeah, so I'll take it and I'll place it in here. Don't pay too much attention to it. Alright, next I'm gonna be creating this glowy material that we're gonna put inside the bottle, like as you see in the thumbnail. Like this thing, it's going to help us in the lighting. Like I suddenly covered that, so I'll add another sphere. Shift A, add a sphere. Where is that? Here. And I'll scale it, or edit mode, scale it, S, Z, and scale it again, scale that. I think you're already now familiar with the basic shortcut, like, you know. So I'll give to that a emission shader, plug it into the surface. As you can start see something, I'll use the same color as they use for the zone, and I'll tweak it a little bit. I'll drop the saturation, I'll give to that a little bit of yellowish, just like that. For example, now we cannot see the effect because it's closer to the front of the bottle, for example. If you want to see the effect, you need to place it back like that, and now you can start see the thing. Alright, like the inspiration for this one comes from photography. I saw his work on Instagram, and they really inspired me to create something similar in 3D. So yeah, maybe I'll duplicate this one and then place it on this side. Like, don't pay too much attention to it. We can keep tweak that in the scene creation part, as you see. Like, it's really fun to play with that. Alright, yeah, also this colors in the bottom in here are so nice. Alright, cool. So always make sure origin, so that object set origin to origin geometry. Alright, I think now we done with creating our bottom, so feel free to go back. Like, you always are gonna need to go back and forth between your texturing. So yeah, alright, I think now we done with the texturing. Again, I highly recommend you to practice that. So see you on the next one. Alright, so now let's add the label. First, I'm gonna do one thing, and I'm gonna be selecting the bottle, go to edit mode, and then add some loop cuts, just like that. Alright, like around 10, 15, something like that. Alright, so next I'll be adding an image reference. Like, this is a label that my brother made it especially for this project, so shout out to him. And let me bring it X and move it a little bit forward. So now I'll select the bottle, or let me scale it one more until it fits my bottle. So I'll select now the bottle, and I'll keep adjusting that. Alright, so I need to make it perfectly in the center. So yeah, alright, just like that. So select the bottle, go to edit mode, in the face mode, select those faces that you see, like those one you can select by right click, alt, just keep doing it with me, deselect this one, slash to solo your bottle, and now you can just box select this part. Alright, so back to the original part. Maybe I'll add one more, maybe add one more in here. So shift D, P, and separate
by select. Select the label. I'm gonna drop the roughness for this one, just like that. I'll select this one and this one, and I'll press slash to solo this. Select your label, go to edit mode. In the vertex mode, try to match it with your reference. Maybe I'm gonna be deleting this edge, so I'll take this edge G, Z, and I'll move it down. I'm gonna use again the help of the proportional editing. I'm gonna be selecting these two vertices, enable it on the top here, G, Z, and move it down. Use the scroll wheel to control this shape. So I'm gonna disable the proportional editing and move this edges a little bit down. Alright, just like that. So now I'll select this bottom part and I'll press G twice and move it up and make it perfectly on top and here, as you see. Alright, I'll be adding a loop cut in this part. G twice, move it to the side. Same thing, I'll select this edge, G twice, move it down. Same thing in here, move it to the side. Same thing to the upper part, G twice and move it to the side. Yeah, I think it doesn't need to be perfect, don't worry too much about it. So yeah, now I think I'm gonna be deleting this reference and select my label, and I'm gonna move it GX and move it forward, just like that. Alright, so I'll delete this material, I'll add a new material. Alright, so let me now import our label image and find the label in here. Control Shift, right click to preview it. You can see nothing because we don't have any UVs, so go to edit mode, A to select all, U and project from view, just like that. If you can't see your image in the UV editor, feel free to go and select it in here, just like that. Alright, so I'll take this one to this corner like that, and I'll select this vertex, Shift S, cursor to select, A to select all. Make sure that you select medium point to the cursor, and S and scale. Now it perfectly will be scaled in this part. So yeah, maybe I'll scale it a little bit on the x-axis, just like that. So feel free to tweak it. Alright, I'm going to edit mode, I'll scale everything up, just like that. Alright, I'm gonna be adding shrink wrap. Let me take it a little bit back. I'm gonna be adding shrink wrap modifier, and then select the bottle to snap on top of it. Now we have our label perfectly snapped into this place. So next you can add solidify modifier to make sure that to make it correct, just like that, maybe a little bit smaller. Alright, cool. Now let's take the color into the base color, and now we have our label perfectly. Maybe I'll move it a little bit up. I'll scale it down on the y-axis, and here we go. It's perfectly set up. Now let's work on the texturing. We're gonna be using the same paper texture that we use in the first class. So Shift A, image texture, and open, and you're gonna find it also in the description down below. Alright, so select it, and I want to mix between these two textures, like the same method that we use like in the first episode. So in the first class, so I'll add a mix color. I'll take the color and I'll put it in the top. Sorry, in the top like that. Take this one and plug it down. Result. If the factor is 0, we can see the paper texture. If it's 1, we can see our label. To mix between these two, make sure the factor is all the way up and switch to darker. Now we can see the texture in here. Next, I want this text to have some sort of bump, so I'm gonna be adding a bump node for the label. Give it a bump, plug it into the height, and take a normal to normal. And now we have this weird shape, like we have the label pumped out, and I don't want this. I want just the text to have the effect. So what I'm gonna do, I'll add the color ramp between the bump node and the image texture. Control Shift to preview it, and I'll drag this white slider closer to the black one so that we can remove any gray value, so that we can leave just the black color, as you see. With that, the problem will be fixed. And I want also my text to be inverted, so I'll press this invert button, as you see. They'll take the distance to 0.01, and here we go. Alright, I want also the text to have some sort of grunges, just this part, just this black part. So the way we're gonna do that is I'll be adding a noise texture, noise texture, and a mix color again, and I'll take the factor and I'll plug it down, take this one, that's all it to me, redo that. Alright, just like that. So we already has the mask for the label. Control Shift T to preview your mix texture, to preview the mix. As you see, 1 we have the label, 0 we have the noise texture. But I want the noise to be on this part, just only this part, and now we have the noise all around it. The way we're gonna do that is by mixing between those, like by choosing not darken this time, we're gonna choose lighten, as you see. Alright, so I'll increase the scale of the noise texture, maybe I'll add some distortion. Alright, perfect. Control Shift T back to the principal BSDF. Now I want this to be bump out. I'll add a bump node and then plug it into the height. To mix between these two bumps, you just need to take normal and plug it into normal, and now we have a perfect bump. I'm gonna drop the strength to 0.01, the distance, and the strength to something lower, like that. Alright, so next I want this sticks to have some sort of metallic roughness, something like that. So the way we're gonna do that is by taking this result of the mix and connect it with the color ramp, plug the color ramp into the metallic and the roughness, and now we have this effect. So you can control the level by making it dark or bright, making it a little bit gray, something like that is go dark, really good for me. So you can also control how distinct it is. Alright, perfect. Maybe I'll add a little bit of strength, a little bit on the scale. Where's that? A little bit in the scale. Alright, here we go. It's perfect now. Next I want this whole image, this whole label to be a little bit bound on this part. For example, I want the paper texture to be seen. So same process, I'll add the bump node this time. And I'll take this one from the mix color, take it and I'll take the result, plug it into the height, as you see, and I take the normal, plug it again into that normal. As you see, we have this really bad looking effect. Drop the distance to 0.1 and the strength all the way down, just like that. Alright, now like almost think it's drop it a little bit, just a subtle effect, as you see. Now I think it's perfect. One thing that I didn't like is how the paper texture set up. So I'll take the paper texture with it. This is the paper texture. Control T to snap in the mapping and the texture coordinate, and I'll rotate it on the Z axis. Yeah, to make it like that. Also feel free to adjust the scale if you need. Alright, so we can always go back and forth when we do lighting. As you see, we just did this really procedural texture for the level, as you see, really beautiful. Alright, now I think we are done. We are ready to take this bottle into a beautiful scene. See you in the next one. Alright, so now let's work on the texture for the label. So we need to add our label. So hit Shift A, add image, texture, open, and take your label color into the base color. And we have now this weird UVs. You need to fix the UVs. Select your label, tap to go to edit mode, A to select all, U, and project from view. Alright, if you don't see your label texture in the UV editor like me, just need to go to here and select it. Alright, now we need to adjust the UVs. And let's scale this up, try to match it. And S, and scale this a little bit. Scale this one more time on the Y axis. Alright, here we go. Now it's perfect. Next, I want to mix this with a paper texture, so I'll add an image texture and find it like the same one we used for the perfume. I'm gonna use it for this one. So yeah, we need to mix between these two. What we're gonna use? The mix color. Alright, this one. Take the result into the base color. Take this one, plug it down, the color to the A. And now if we have the factor 1, we have the label 0 to paper texture. Turn the factor all the way up. Take this mix one, turn it into darken. Alright, cool. Next I want to have some bumpiness on the label, so I'll take this color, so I'll add a bump node just to make it clear. A bump node, take the color and then plug it into the height, take normal to normal. Now we are having in here a weird grungy label, so we don't want that. I want just the text to be bump, like the text and this black part. And the way we're gonna do that is by making a mask. So add a color ramp, take it and plug it between the bump and the image texture. Control Shift right click to preview this. To get rid of this gray value, we just need to take this white slider and drag it closer to this black one. Alright, yeah, just like that. Back to the principal BSDF, and now we have this engraved text that we see. Yeah, I don't want it to be engraved, I want it to be a little bit bump out. So click this invert and this will do the work for you. And I'll take the distance to 0.01. And here we go. Cool. Alright. So maybe I'll take this light to the side just like that, so that we can see what's happening to the texture. Next, I want to have some sort of grungy. Bump on the text. So I'll add a noise texture with the mix color. Take the color, plug it down, take the factor in the noise texture, plug it into the A. Alright, Control Shift to preview this, and if we turn the factor all the way up, you're gonna see the label 0, the noise texture. What I want the noise texture to be just on this text, because now it's all around the label. So to do that, we need to find which option will make that. And I found the one, not darken this time, but lighten this one. Alright, so we take the scale all the way up. Oh, sorry, make sure to turn the factor all the way up, because it's 0. And yeah, and take this scale all the way up, you're gonna see that we have the bumpiness, we have the noise texture just on the text. Alright, back to the principal BSDF. I want this now to have a bump. I'll add another bump node. Take the result into the height and to mix between two bump nodes, you need just let me normalize that. Take the normal and plug it into normal, right? So now we have this. Also, I'll take the distortion a little bit. Yes, just like that. Maybe, yeah. Alright, I'll take also the distance to 0.01. This is too harsh. I'll take this one, the strength down. And also feel free to go back and forth in the scale. You can also press Ctrl T to add the mapping node and texture coordinate. Shoot this into vector and scale it up however you want. Alright. So because without the texture coordinate and the mapping node, you're gonna notice that the texture in here is not correct. So you see, yeah, not that much, but small things. Alright, I want also this text to have some sort of metallic. I want this text to have some sort of metallic roughness. So I'll take this mask that we created and I'll plug it into the roughness and the metallic, just like that. Alright, now it's too much, so I'll add the color ramp to control that. I'll take this one, plug it into the... So we have the black value means 0, the white means 1. So I'll take this black one and I'll give it a gray color, something like that. And I'll take this one and I'll give it something a little bit rough. Next I want this label to have some bump, like the label and the paper texture. So we're gonna be adding another bump node. Take the result in the mix color into the height, take the normal into the normal, take the normal on this one to plug it into the normal. Alright, so I'll take the distance to 0.01 and the strength almost down. So we are barely seeing something, just like that. This is without width. You're gonna notice the difference in here. Yeah, I think we are ready to go now. Take this paper texture, this one, Control T, add the texture coordinate and the mapping node, and try to play with this however you want. For example, try to rotate it on the Z axis. Let's see, like in these possibilities. Alright, for example, take this one and scale it up. This is node 3 if you want to take a screenshot, and I'll catch you with the next one. Before we do anything, let me add an empty. So Shift A, add an empty, like same process as we did in the first class. Scale it down, like try to match it with your bottle. Take it, let me hide this one. GX and move it to the side, SX and scale it down. Alright, again scale it on the Y axis. Just like that. Now we're gonna be parenting everything to this empty. So select the empty, shift, box, select this part and make sure that everything is selected. So make sure the empty has this orange frame around it. Control P, object, keep, transform. Now everything is parented to the empty, which is perfect. Alright, so next I'm gonna be bringing an skull, a deer skull. This is it. Alright, I downloaded it from Sketchfab, like you're gonna find link in the description. I'm gonna take this one and go to edit mode by pressing tab. It's a little bit dense, but yeah. So in the wireframe, select this part. To make sure that you select everything, so select this. Just like that, it doesn't need to be that perfect. After you select it, press P and separate it by selection. Alright, so go to here, like now we have the origin for this antler is this one. I want it to be in the middle, so just go to object, set origin to origin geometry. Alright, now I'm gonna be taking this out of collection and I'm gonna be hiding this one. Sorry, like if my voice it doesn't sound that good, so yeah. Like to create this wavy antler, like it's really simple, like the same process as we did for the first one. So you're gonna need to place your antler down in here and S and scale it just like that. Alright, so scale it. Maybe I'm gonna be flipping it like Control M X, and this way it will be flipped perfectly. Alright, you know what, let me bring up the antler, the skull. Let me take this one. I think this one is better than the one that we separate. So select it again and press P, separate by select. Now we have to aim to remove it from, to take it out from the collection and hide it. Now let me take this one G, move it to the side. Now we have this one, same process, object, set origin to origin geometry. Alright, let me hide this one. So I'll rotate this one on the y-axis. As you see, this one is perfectly, yeah. I'll flip it on the y, Control M, Y, and then rotate it. And then try to place it perfectly in here. Make sure also to check the side view, as you see, and then flip it again on the x-axis. Cool. And go to edit mode by pressing tab and then scale it up just like that. So I'm gonna be going to the vertex mode. I'll try to put it exactly in this corner. So select this vertex, shift S, cursor to select, and make sure to switch to 3D cursor in here. Alright, or you can just press dot on your keyboard, select 3D cursor, and press R and select everything, press R and rotate. Alright, maybe I feel like it needs to be a little bit bigger, so I'll select everything and I'll scale up and then rotate it again. And I'll scale on the Z axis like that. So now I'm gonna be taking this vertex, this one in the corner, as you see, and I'll press R, enabling the proportional editing. I'll press R and I'll rotate it just like that, as you see. Alright, I'll scale it S, Z, and scale it up, and I'll rotate it again. Make sure to check also the side view, R, and rotate, just like that. Just keep back forward between the front and the side view. Some basic stuff. Alright, so I'll select again everything and I'll rotate a little bit on this axis, to make it in here, S, Y, and scale on the Y axis. Rotate again, back to this vertex, select it, and R, and rotate again until you become satisfied with the result. Yeah, let me try to flip it on the x-axis. No, I think this looks good. So yeah, now we are pretty much like giving ourselves a shot to move on to change the color of the background. So I'll select this light and I'll give it a slightly orange color, and I'll increase the strength, and I'll place it in the side, just like that. Maybe I'll scale it, increase the strength. I'll play with the colors, and we're gonna go back again to this. Don't worry too much about it. Yeah, rotate again your antler, as you see. Alright, scale it on the Z axis if you need, or you can go to edit mode, select this vertex, make sure you select the 3D cursor, S, Z, and scale. Alright, so now we're gonna play a little bit with the camera. For the camera, for this one I will go with a bottom shot. And the way we're gonna do that, like, you have two ways. For example, you can take your camera and rotate it like as we did. Like, take this one, and make sure that Shift S cursor to select. Make sure you have 3D cursor sit as a pivot point, and R, and rotate. You can do that, but I found this one it not look that good. So what we're gonna do is, here in the camera properties, we're gonna play a little bit with the Shift, Y, and X. So let me decrease the focal length to something a little bit lower. Yeah, just like that. And then let me take my camera, G, X, Z, and move it down. Now take this one a little bit up, like 0.6, like that. G, X, and move it down. Alright, so I'll move it a little bit forward by pressing G middle mouse and drag it forward. Make sure to, like that. Alright, just keep moving. Alright, so maybe also I'm gonna take it and shift the X a little bit to the side, just like that. Alright, maybe I'm gonna take the camera, 3D cursor as a pivot point, and I'll press R, X, and I'll give that a little bit of rotation. As you see, you'll drag it back and move it down. Alright, I feel like we almost done with the camera. Alright, yeah, I really like it how it turns. So let me go back to the background to see. which color we are going to go for. Yeah. Also, let me go and tweak those those little stuff that we added in the first part. As you see, and I'm gonna tweak that so it can give us some light to this part. Give us some light. Let me take this one and move it up, move it to the side. Yeah, something like that. Feel free, like always, to check if it's not inside. Put it inside. Feel free to scale it. Everything S, G, move it down. Go back. Feel free to increase the strength if you need. As you see, we have some really beautiful shadows in this bottom part. Take this one and move it down. Alright. Yeah. I think. And take this one down and scale it on the Z axis. Maybe S shift X to make it a little bit thinner. Yeah, maybe I'll keep it like that. Yeah, I'll keep it like that for now. Alright. Perfect. Like, look at these shadows in here. So nice. Now I think it's a perfect time to move on to the lighting. You know what? Let me hide the hair bubble for now. Let me hide it for now. Where is it? By the way, for example, if you are looking for an object in the, what is called that? In the timeline, not the timeline, like in this part. What is called that? It's called editor type. The outliner, alright. If you are looking for an object in the outliner and you can't find it, you can just select your object in here, go to the outline, press dot in your numpad, and this will automatically take you to it. Alright, I hide it. Perfect. Alright, so for the lighting, it's really that simple, not complicated as you think. I'm gonna be having two lights. The first one will be affected this front side of the product. The second one will be affected the back. And we're gonna have maybe a dark shadows in here. So to start, I'm gonna be adding an area light, Shift A, add an area light, rotate it, G, Y, and move it to the side. Alright, so I'll rotate it, like always. I'm a fan of using the 3D cursor, so I'll rotate this and scale it on the Y, on the X-axis. Just something like that. I'll take this a little bit up and then rotate it. Then rotate it like that. Maybe I'll scale it a little bit and then increase the strength. Just like that, and we have a simple, like, just make sure to take it a little bit back. Alright, or you can just chop the spread and see what's gonna happen. Yeah, scale it on the x-axis. Alright, I think I'm gonna lay it like that. Next, we gonna be adding an area light again. G, Y, move it to the side. G, X, move it to the back. And I'll scale this on the x-axis. And we already start seeing something. I'll drop the spread, the strength. G, Z, move it up. I want it to cover this part. Alright, so I'll rotate it by pressing X twice. Alright, so I'll increase the strength. And this is finally how I did it. If you like for example, it starts going inside the background, feel free to select your background to move it back. Easy and easy. Alright, so now we have those dark shadows in here. To get rid of it, go to the world strength and turn it all the way up and hold shift and drag down until you can see some gray shadows. Alright, you can get a little bit fancy. Like with that, you are probably fantastic. This is a perfect render, you know, but you can get a little bit fancy and showing you some tricks. For example, I feel like in here the label is a little bit off. So like this is the stuff that I'm gonna do now, is no one is going to pay attention to it. So I'll add an area light and I'll rotate it, move it to the side, and I'll scale it on the x-axis. Alright, and I'll take and I'll go to the data properties for the light. Under shading, we're gonna find link lighting and we're gonna add new. So select the label, let's rename it label. Hope I write this correct. So yeah, and select the light, select your label and drag it and drop it in here. With that, our label is going to be affected with this light. This light will affect the label. We're not gonna affect the whole bottle. For example, if I remove this, you see there's harsh shadows in here. Now we're gonna have some beautiful shadows, beautiful light on top of our label. Try to decrease the strength, drop the spread if you want some really harsh stuff, because I love. And if we see the difference, you see that? Yeah. Alright. This is one of my favorite trick, to drag the attention of the viewer to any part you want by just using light. As you see. Fantastic. Maybe I'll take this one a little bit back, increase the strength, just maybe I'll scale it. Yeah, we pretty much perfectly done. That's it for this one. Always practice and see you in the next one. Bye. So for the second scene, we're gonna start by making the glass. So Shift A, image reference, to add your reference image. You're gonna find it in the project file. So you'll take it, move it a little bit up, and then scale it down, move it down. So go to the properties and the opacity, take it a little bit down. G, and try to place it perfectly on top of this. So we are going to add a circle, mesh circle with double vertices. As you see, this is the number that I'll be using. Go to edit mode, scale everything down, E to extrude, A to extrude, G, Z, move it up. Add loop cut by pressing Ctrl R, Ctrl B, and bevel, just like that. So select this top edge, make sure you are in the wireframe, G twice, and move it up. Alright, in the face mode, select these faces, press E to insert, like E, for example, let me show. For example, you press E and this start extruding like all the faces at once, so you need to press E again to extrude each face individually. Alright, just like that, and press E to extrude, Alt S, and push inward, just like that. Alright, we are going to add a loop cut, then bevel that and almost up, like closer. So we are going to add some supported loop cut, Ctrl R, and add maybe 4. Yeah, now I think we done with the reference. We're gonna hide it. Next, select this edge, extrude it and scale, extrude again and move it down. Alright, and F to fill and insert, just keep inserting. I think now you're gonna be familiar with the modeling shortcuts and all of that. So E to extrude, S, scale down, extrude again, G, Z, move up, and F, and fill that, and insert, like as we did for this one. Next, we are going to add some bevels to these edges. Select and select those edges, Ctrl B, and add bevels, just small ones, like to sharpen the edges. So now if we go and add subdivision, like we're gonna see this really beautiful shape. So next we are going to create the liquid. So now we need to create the liquid. Select your glass, tap to go to edit mode. In the face mode, select this face, Ctrl plus to increase the selection. Alright, make sure to select this part, Shift T to duplicate it, and P separate by select. Alright, select this part that we just duplicate, go to edit mode, you can press slash to solo your object, select this upper edge, G, Z, and move it a little bit down, and F to fill it. Like we're gonna hide subdivision for now, and insert multiple time. Alright, maybe I'll adding a loop cut in the corner in here. So let's back to the subdivision, and now should be nice and smooth. So what I want to do with this liquid is I want it to have some wave. So the way we're gonna do that is by using the displacement modifier. So if you go to the modifier and search for displacement, you're gonna find it, and hit this new button. Now our glass is affected by the displacement, and we don't want that. We want only the top part to be affected.
So we need to create a vertex group and assign it in here. So select your glass, tab, and go to edit mode. Select this face, Ctrl plus, and increase the selection. And here, like with this face still selected, go to the data properties, press this plus button, and hit assign. So now if we go back to the displacement in the vertex group, we select the group that we just created. Like now the only part that affected is the top one, as you see. Now we are good to go. Go to the texture and switch to cloud. Like scale everything up. I'll go with a little bit higher in the scale, just like that. Back to the displacement, and I'll adjust the strength and the mid-level effects. I'll try to make it like not that visible, like very subtle effect. Go back and give that a little bit higher in the scale. So don't pay attention too much to this part because it will not be visible in the render view. So if we go here, like the camera will be from the top, so like this part is not going to be visible. And I feel like also this need to be a little bit smaller. So go to the edit mode, select this upper part, G, Z, and move it down. Alright, now we are, so yeah, that's it. Now we are ready to take this model, give it some texture, and place it into the scene. For this one, the vision that I have is I want the camera to be from the top, a top angle, and the lighting to be as simple as possible. Like we're gonna stick to one single light source and you're gonna see what you're gonna create. So to start, we're gonna add a camera. So Shift A, add the camera. Go to the camera view by pressing 0 on your numpad, G middle mouse, and drag it back. I'll increase the focal length to something like 18. Also, I'll adjust the camera, move it up, I'll move it back, move up, move back, just like that. Alright, so if you go to here, select 3D cursor, you can control the 3D cursor, so I'll place it in here, or you can hold shift and place it wherever you want. Alright, so after you place it in the middle, you're gonna go to the top menu up here and switch to 3D cursor, or you can press a dot on your keyboard and switch to 3D cursor. Alright, so select the camera, I'll press R, Y, and rotate that up, R, Z, and rotate it a little bit to the side, G, middle mouse, and drag it back. Alright, so also I want the camera to be a little bit shift along the x-axis, so I'll play with the shift X, take it to the side, also like select the camera, G, Y twice, move it up, take this one down, just like that, and we are ready to go now. So if you download the ice cube that I mentioned in the beginning, so you're gonna take them and put them inside the glass. Alright, so make sure to go back to medium point, because if you let that sit in 3D cursor, like everything will rotate around it. So go back to medium point, rotate, and place
perfectly inside the glass. Like I'll adjust the rotation. So next I'll be adding an empty, Shift A, add an empty cube, scale everything down, move up, and then hold Shift and the box, select everything. Make sure that the empty has this orange frame around it. So Control P, object keep transform, and here we go. Alright, so same thing with the bottle. Select the bottle, Shift S, cursor to select. So Shift A and add an empty cube, scale everything down, and try to match it with your bottle, just like that. Also check the top view, like everything is good. Box select, hold Shift and the box select. The empty orange frame, Control P, object keep transform. Here we go. So now we're gonna take the, like always, this will be my camera view. Take the empty G, Y, and move it closer to the bottom, and make sure that it's perfectly like aligned together, like same. So G, Y, move it to the side. So next we are going to add the ground. So Shift A, add a plane, scale that on the edit mode, SX, scale it on the X-axis, G, Y, and move it to the side like it till it's covered the scene. Just like that. Maybe I'll go back to the camera, I'll adjust the Y just a little bit. Alright, I'll switch to my rendered view, and I'll be add a area light to just see what is going on in this scene. I'll drop the strength. Let me check my color management. IGX always, the IGX medium high contrast. Alright, cool. And now let's split my view, and I'll switch to the shader editor, and I'm gonna select the plane, press this new button with the node wrangler add-on enabled, Control Shift T, and find your texture. I'll be using a concrete texture. I downloaded like from CC0 texture, I guess. So find the link in the description. So bring it, and first let's deconnect the displacement. We don't want it. And let me delete the ambient conclusion, also the displacement. Now select your plane, go to edit mode, and U, and unwrap. Just a simple unwrap will work really good. Next we are going to scale it, because the scale is not that realistic. So scale that, give 2 in the scale, yeah, 2. Next we're gonna texture this glass. Alright, select the body, press this new button, add the glass PSDF, and connect it, and I'll take the roughness a little bit higher. Alright, for the liquid, same thing. We'll add a glass PSDF, and I'll use the same color of the liquid in the bottle. So you can set your mouse on top of the color panel, Control C, go back, Control V, and here we go. I think let me check the normals for the class. So shift in. Yes, always check your normals, because if we see, go to the face orientation, like the glass is facing the wrong normals, so that's why the shading looks a little bit weird. So shift in to recalculate normals. Alright, now it's back, it's to the original place. Here we go. Alright, so for the lighting, as I told you, we are going to stick to one light source. I want the light to be only on the bottle and the glass, and the rest of the scene to be dark. So first we are going to add an area light, shift A, add an area light, GX, and move it up. In the lighting properties, change the shape to disk, alright, and then scale it on the Y axis, also on the X a little bit. So I'll take the spread and I'll drop it all the way down for now, and now I'll rotate my light and I'll place it in the front side like that. Alright, so now go back to the spread and increase it, go back to the strength and play with that. There we go. I'll scale everything on the X axis, and also I'll play with the spread, strength, and GX, and move along the axis, or I'll keep it like that for now. Also, I feel like the scale on the ground need to be adjusted, so I'm going to go with 3. Yes, now it looks good. So also I'll adjust the inner thing that we created. Just like that. Also, like I feel like the glass looks a little bit off. So I'll take the same thing that we created, I'll duplicate it, shift T, and then place it inside the glass. Alright, move it down. Also, I'll change the color to something more like oranges, just a little bit, just like that. Alright, now everything is looking good, everything is pop out. Yes, also I feel like the shadows in the scene looks a little bit dark. I'll go to the world strength, I'll increase just like 0.5, just smaller amount. Okay, let's give to that a little bit of strength to this light, and here we go. You have a beautiful scene with a single light source. Like you can also take this one and move it along the x-axis. Like you can really create some beautiful looking lighting. For example, you can rotate that, you can move it like cross, small fading. Like we have endless limitation. So for me, I'll keep it like that. Yeah, I'll keep it like that for now. Take a little bit of strength. Also, I feel like the ground is a little bit saturated, so I'll add the hue saturation node and I'll plug it between the base color and the image texture. Take the saturation a little bit down. Example. Yes, just a small amount, nothing fancy. You can also rotate the light
to face the bottle, as you see, because now we have this dark part. But if you select your light R, Y twice and press Y twice, gonna rotate, and now the light will start facing the bottle. Hello everyone, and welcome to the class number 3 out of 6. Halfway, I'm really enjoying doing that. I hope you gained some basic understanding of the tools and you start feeling more comfortable with the workflow we are using. And the fact that you have the desire to learn and the patience to watch all the classes. Most people don't take that step, so you're doing a great thing. In this class, we're gonna take a look at how I created these 3 renders. Since we are working with 3 scenes, here is the plan. We're gonna model the bottle first with some basic technique that we covered in the past classes. I recommend you to treat this as an exercise and model it by your own. If you get stuck or something, feel free to come back to the tutorial. Then we're gonna texture all the assets that we're gonna use. Also, we're gonna cover how I created this beautiful crystal texture, and we're gonna texture also the bottle and the label. So for this one, it's something that I created just yesterday. I was just checking the file and making sure that everything is correct. And I feel the desire to make and create something different. And to let you know, the second 2 renders are being done like around 1 month from now. Like I just thought it worth mentioning. So yeah. So for this scene, we're gonna see how we can make the hills using the displacement modifier. Then we're gonna give to the ground a snow texture. In the second part, I'm gonna walk you in depth on how we can add the particles to the ground and the way we can give them a random materials. Then we're gonna see how we can give a perfect lighting for this dark scene. Also, we're gonna catch up on how we can use this blue light to drag the attention more towards the product. So for the second scene, we're gonna use the crystal to build a crystal environment and how we can make this bottom shot, and finishing that with some simple and effective lighting. For the last scene, we're gonna use both the crystal and the wood chunk To create this render, which is a bit of more an artistic direction, I was just exploring and I end up with that. So I'm gonna be walking you through the entire process to make this render, and it's super easy. And finishing that with some color grading in Photoshop to make it stand out. Find all the assets that we're gonna use in this class in the link in the description. Also, the homework is always available there if you want to put what you learn into practice. And also, if you face any problems during the process, feel free to ask there. Like I'm saying this outro, it's class, it's weird, but now let's dive in.
Alright, so now let's start modeling. So as we do always, Shift A and add image, reference, load up your reference, scale it down, G and move it up, go to the side menu and drop the opacity just like that. Alright, and try to put your bottle in the center just like that. Alright, make sure also to check the top view. Alright, so we're gonna start by adding a circle with half vertices, as you see, like by default I think it's 32, like divided by 2. I'm gonna give it, it's gonna give you this number. S, scale everything down, G, move it up, S and down, like some really basic newbie modeling technique that I'm gonna use. So extrude one more time, extrude one more time, S and scale. Maybe I think I'll delete this one. Alright, move this one down, take this one, extrude it again, G, move it down, extrude, S, scale, extrude, G, move up, S, scale, F to fill this face. Alright, so I'll take this edge, I'll extrude it, I'll add a loop cut in here. Let me take this one closer to here, also this one closer to here, extrude, take this one, S and scale it. Maybe I'll adjust this one and scale it, Control B and add bevels just like that. Next I'll be adding subdivision surface to smooth this. 2 levels will work fine. I'll select this 2 edges, Control B and add bevel just like that. Select this face, Control plus to increase the selection, and S and scale just like that. Or you don't need to increase the selection. You don't need to increase the selection actually. I'll just scale this one just like that. Alright, take everything and I'll scale it a little bit. So I'll select this edge, Control B and add some bevels just like that. Alright, select this bottom edge, Control V and add bevels in here. Cool, and add some bevels also in this corner to sharpening this edge, like some really newbie modeling technique. Alright, nothing fancy. Same thing, Control B, and you are ready to go with your model now. Alright, so I'll steal an edge in here. What is that? This one. Shift D, duplicated, move it up. B, separate by select. Go to edit mode, A to select all, S and scale. Move it down. Extrude. Make it a little bit bigger. Extrude again. let's decide the subdivision for now, and S, scale it down, extrude, maybe I think let's scale this a little bit more. Alright, take this one, extrude it, S, scale it, G, move it a little bit up, just like that, extrude, Ctrl plus, increase the selection, scale everything a little bit down, F, fill, and now Ctrl B and add bevels. Make sure to check the face up in here, back to the subdivision, shade auto smooth, go to edit mode, select this edge and this edge and this edge, these three edges. You know what, let's deselect this one, Ctrl B for these two, select the top one, Ctrl B again, select this one, Ctrl the inner one, Ctrl B, and you are done with the modeling. Delete the reference. So before we move on to the texturing, let's create the liquid. So for this one I'll add a solidify modifier, alright, and hit slash to solo my object. Now we have this thick mesh, so you can see, control the thickness. Good, so I'll apply the solidify modifier. I'll go to edit mode by pressing tab. In the face mode, I'll select this face, then press X and faces. Now we have this two separate mesh, like you can set your mouse hover on top of this L and this will automatically select it. Oh, let me, I always forgot, so select it. Same thing in here, L automatically select, P separate by select. Alright, so select the inner one, hit slash 2 times this time, go to edit mode and then select these top vertices X and delete vertices. Take this one, G twice, drag it down, F and fill, E extrude, E again and again. Yeah, now we just create the liquid, really easy. So now we are going to create the pipe. So I'll go to edit mode, I'll select this edge, shift S, cursor to select. With that the cursor will snap automatically in the center. So we are going to add an circle, yes, with the half vertices, or let's do 8, yeah, 8 vertices. Select this, go to edit mode, S, scale it down, just like that, E extrude, slash F and fill, Control B and add bevels. You can also scale that if you want. Alright, so add subdivision, surface, 2 levels and shade auto smooth, and this is it. This thing will not be visible, so don't worry too much about it. Alright, if you like, I need to make it a little bit thinner, so I'll scale it, I'll take it a little bit down. Okay, we can always go back and forth. We are in 3D. So let's just first texture this, alright? So I'll take this bottle and then take it into a new collection. Also this one, take it to this collection, hide it, this one into this, move this into the center, just like that. Alright, I have in here this view, will be my rendered view. I'll split this and switch to shading. Alright, basic stuff, Shift A, add a plane, rotate it 90 degree G and move it back. I'll scale this one up so that it acts as a background. Next I'll be adding a camera with the 18 in the focal length, 0 to go to the camera view, G middle mouse, and move it back, just like that. Alright, I'll scale the plane a little bit, this one. Alright, perfect. I'll give to the plane an emission shader for now. Like that, and then move it back. Next I'll add an area light for previewing our texture. I'll increase the strength and I'll move it to the side like that. I think now you're already familiar with my workflow, so yeah, and that's it. Alright, if you select the crystal and go to the shading, you're gonna find this texture. I download this one from Sketchfab, I guess. Like, we have a mask for the metallic and roughness, normal map, and the base color. So we are not going to use the roughness and the normal map. So I'll select all of them and delete. Alright. So first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna deconnect this from the base color, and down in transmission I want this to have like a crystally look, so I'll take the transmission all the way up and the roughness a little bit down. Now we have this. If you select this base color, this image texture, and add a color ramp, take the color into the factor, Control Shift T to preview this one. Alright, as we do always, like, I'll take this one, I'll crack it. It's the same like as inverting them, as taking this one, give it black, take this one, give it white. The same. Alright, like also the fun thing about this one, it has this mask, this inner mask. What is it? This one that can help us to create some really beautiful stuff. If we see now, like if we crack in this more, we're gonna notice that this white mask is in the inner. I'll select this white slider, then I'll give it a blue color like I have it in here, the hex code, copy paste. Alright, now if you go back to the principal PSTF, we are going to not able to see nothing. Like, I found the trick. If we take the color, plug it into the emission in here, and take the strength, gonna be able to see now this wonderful glass. Like, if I remove the background, you're gonna see that this part, it's pure shiny glass, and this one has this emission glowing effect. Alright, like really, this one is really nice. So I'll take the background and move it up to this place. Alright, next, maybe I'm gonna give to this point 2 in the strength. You can also like go and pick different colors. Like for example, you can give it that pinkish color. Take the perfume that we created in the first class, place it in some place in here. I can have a new render. Next, I want this to have some sort of bump, because if we see, it looks flat, right? Especially if we turn the roughness all the way down, you're gonna notice that. So I'll add a noise texture, Control T to add texture coordinate and the mapping node, Control Shift T, right click to preview it, switch this to object, take the scale a little bit up, and down in the distortion, give that some distortion. Alright, cool. I'll take maybe the scale just to 5. Next we are going to add a bump node. Take the factor, plug it into the height, as you see, and now normal to normal. Alright, distance 0.01, strength almost down. Like now it looks much better, even if it's not that visible, but in here you're gonna see that. Like if I remove it, like the difference is pretty much good. Alright, I want to give to this glass some sort of cracks, like you know the cracks that it's on the glass. So let's create that. Alright, let's add a Voronoi texture. Take the vector, plug it into the vector. If we preview this one, I'm gonna see what we have. So I'll take the scale around 0.3, just like that. Alright, let's add now a bump node, or just let's duplicate this one. Distance into the height, normal into normal. If you take this one all the way up, I want those lines to have bump and this part to be flat. The way we're gonna do this is with adding a color ramp like that, plug it between the texture and the bump node, Control Shift to preview the color ramp, take this white slider and drag it closer to this dark one, something like that. We preview it again, gonna notice that. Let me take this background down. I'm gonna notice that the glass now some sort of cracks, which is really nice. Take the strength, let's take the distance to 0.01 and strength something higher. Yeah, as you see now we have this cracks on top of the glass. Also, like if we see those lines are straight, like if we take closer, like those lines are straight, and I think we need to give that some distortion. So if we preview this color ramp, go to Voronoi texture, and here you have an option called details. Increase the details to something higher, and now if we preview again, but you can make this even better by going to there and playing with this one. As you see, I don't know what this one called, this one. Alright, and if you preview this, you're gonna see that real life. See, alright, give the details 0, you're gonna not see nothing. Just make sure to increase the details, and you have it. Alright, and the difference is pretty much good. If you turn this 0, this line is straight, and if you do go always to the color ramp, adjust it however you want. And yeah, and this is the node tree if you want to take a screenshot. Alright, and now I think I'll hide our crystal, bring the wood chunk G, and then move it to the middle of the camera like that. Alright, this one it's really simple. Alright, so we have in here this shader. This light is not affecting this chunk because it has an emission shader. So we are going to remove everything, add a principal PSTF into surface, color into color, take this one a little bit higher, roughness, and alright, I'll add now a color ramp, like same technique. I want to customize this wood chunk, take it up, alright, just like that. I'll take this light to this side, to this side, I move this light to this side. I'll add bump to give that some bumpness, color into the height, normal into normal, and take the strength a little bit down. And yeah, this one looks good. You can also finish that by adding a hue saturation node to control how much it's brighter. Cool. Now we need to apply this node for all. So select it, left click, copy, go to here and paste, delete this one to here, this one to this one, and the color into the height. Alright, perfect. Same thing, and delete this one, paste into this one to here, and this one to here. And now we have this perfect wood trunk. We're gonna hide it. This is the notary for it if you want to take a screenshot. Alright, now let's bring up the bottle. Alright, so I'll move this one up just like that. I'm gonna start with the body. Like the texturing for this bottle, it's really simple, and we can go always back and forward when we're gonna be creating the scene, so don't worry too much about it. Add the new material, a glass, to this one, and I give that some roughness and some playing with the IOR also, just like that. Select the liquid, same thing, and a glass PSTF, and also the IOR if you need. Alright, same thing for this one, a glass PSTF, the IOR, a little bit of roughness I think for this inner part, yes. For this upper thing, we are going to add simple principal PSTF with the metallic almost up and a little bit of roughness. Alright, just like that, and we are done. Maybe I'll give to the liquid a bit of a blue color, just a tiny bit, just like that. You will not even notice the difference. Increase the saturation. Yes, just like that. Probably this one will work. Now I think we are going to add the label. Alright, select the body / to solo mesh. We are going to hit Shift A, add image, reference, find this label in the link down below. This label, it has the back, the front and the back view. We are just going to use the front view. So I'll scale it down. For example, if it's that one that annoying, it's scale from here, GUI, move it to the side. Alright. Hold Shift and place the 3D cursor in here, like hold Shift, left click and control the 3D cursor. Or we can go to here, switch to this and place the 3D cursor anywhere you want and go back to this one. Alright. And now make sure to switch the 3D cursor to act as a pivot point and scale now down, just like that. Move it a little bit down. One more thing, yeah, just like that. I'll drop the opacity on this one, almost visible. Select the button, shift and go to edit mode, tab, go to edit mode, select these faces, this one and this one, like that. Alright, and Shift D to duplicate it, P and separate by select. Take this reference, delete it. Before we do anything, select the image that we just duplicate, remove this material and add new one. Alright, just like that. So go to the edit mode. I'll add a loop cut by pressing Ctrl R, G twice and move it up. Ctrl R, add loop cut, G twice, move it down. Same thing to this side. Same thing to this. Alright. And now let's hit Shift A and image texture. Take the same label, right? The color into the base color. And split this view and then switch to the UV editor. Tab to go to edit mode, A to select all, and U Q projection. Not Q projection this time. I'm gonna just unwrap it. U and unwrap. Alright. Select these two edges, G, and moving to the side like that. Alright. Now if we see the label is facing the wrong direction, let's add first shrink wrap, and then you're gonna notice the difference. Select the bottle to be the target and add solidify modifier. Take the thickness down and shade auto smooth, and you have it. So if we see now the label, it's faced the wrong direction. Like if you try to rotate it in the UV editor, to not like be always facing the wrong direction. Alright, so press S, X and -1 in your numpad, or you can just press Ctrl M, X, and that will fix it. So feel free to choose whatever you want. I feel like the label is a little bit bigger. I'll scale it a little bit down, just like that, and make sure that it's on medium point. Scale it just a little bit down. Alright, now we are, now let's work on the texturing. I'll add a color ramp, like basic stuff. I didn't like the color like this black text. I'll give that a gray, slightly gray. Let me increase the strength. Alright, just like that. You can pick any color you want. For example, you can pick green, which is awful, but yeah. Alright, I want the sticks now to have some bump, basic bump. And yeah, now the text is engraved. To invert it, you can just press this invert, and that will be the case, and that's it. So let's add the hue saturation node after this one to control the brightness. As you see, this is without it, this is without it. Yeah, that's it for the label texture. Like, this is the node tree if you want to take a screenshot or something. And now I think we are ready to take this into the scene. See you on the next one. So for this one, we're gonna start by adding a plane. So Shift A, add the plane, and we're gonna scale it. So open the side menu. Here in the dimensions, I'm gonna give this 20 on the X and 14 on the Y. Like the ideas they have, I want to place this bottle like on an environment with some hills and some sandy, not sandy, like crystally ground. So to create those hills, we're gonna use the displacement modifier. So if you go to the modifier tab and search for displacement, you're gonna find this one and press this new, go to here, and we're gonna use the cloud. So find clouds and turn the scale all the way up. Like now if we see, nothing happened because we only have 4 vertices, so we need more geometry. So A to select all and subdivide one time, open this menu. I'm gonna give this around 13 loop cuts. Yeah, just like that. And now if we go back to object mode, you're gonna see something happening, but not that much because we didn't apply the scale. So as you see, so Control A and apply the scale. Now we have more details. Alright, go back to the modifier tab and add subdivision, surface, and left click, shade smooth, turn this to 2. Like if you want to keep it like that, nothing wrong, but I prefer to have more details on my ground, so I'll move the subdivision above the displacement. Also, I'm gonna adjust the strength of the subdivision. The strength of the displacement is just a little bit, just like that. Alright. So Shift A at the camera, 0 to go to the camera view. Like I think now you are already familiar with the basic shortcuts. So yeah, and I'll move it just like that. Like in the camera, instead of having this option of perspective, we're gonna use the orthographic one. And if you try to move it, like as you see, like it's just clipping. As you see, like it starts clipping. Like you can control it from the orthographic scale in here. Alright, so this is how you can control it. And move it a little bit back. So I'll move it a little bit up, just like that. And as you see, we still have those clippings in here, even if we turned the clipping start all the way down. We still have those clippings. Like I didn't know how to get rid of it, so I just trick it. So you moved the ground on the x-axis. They go to edit mode and I select, but let me just, like if you press this button on the displacement, you can see it in edit mode. So I'll take this edge, I'll extrude it and move it down. Yeah, just like that. This is how I get rid of this clipping. Alright, easy peasy.
Like if you move it like if you move it forward, if you move it back, or if you move it forward, it starts clipping again, so just keep it like that. Also, now I'm gonna try to find a perfect spot for my shot. I think I'm gonna stay in here for now. Like if you still have a problem with those low quality details, you can add another subdivision surface after the displacement. Alright, but I'll keep it like that. It's good, it will not be visible. Now let's add an area light to just see what's happening in the scene. So increase the strength of the light a little bit. And now I'm gonna be splitting my view and switch to the shader editor, and we're gonna start texturing the ground. So select the ground, press this new button, and we're gonna use a snow texture. If you have no Angular add-on enabled, Control Shift T and find your texture. Alright, just like that. Like deconnect displacement, we don't want it. And yeah, like you see, we have those weird UVs. So go to edit mode, tab view, edit select all, and view and project from view, just like that. Also, you can control the scale in here. So take this, maybe 5 on the scale. Yeah, I think it's perfect. Next, I'm going to add our background. So Shift A, add a plane, rotate that, and G, X, move it back, and scale it, move it up. Shift S, cursor to select, add an area light to create a gradient background. Scale it on the Y. I'll select the plane and I'll give it a translucent BSDF. Alright, I'll place the light, and I want the light to come from the bottom, so I'll just rotate that, then move it down, just like that. And for the colors, I'm gonna give it same color of the ground. So select the light in here, press this eyedrop and select part in here, go back to this, increase the value and play a little bit with the saturation, maybe give it more saturation. Yeah, I'll keep it like that for now. Next, I feel like the ground needs to have some saturation, so I'll select it, I'll add a hue saturation node, I'll give it some value. Alright, then increase the saturation a little bit, just like that, and increase the strength a little bit. The light, I feel like it's looks a little bit dark. So yeah, perfect. So in this part, we're gonna add particles, but as you see, like I tweaked the position of the ground a little bit to find a perfect spot, and I almost forgot to mention to add some subsurface in the texturing, just a little bit. It's not necessary. And also, like, let's add another pump node, switch, and let's add a pump node. Like always stealing some details from the base color, it helps. So take the base color into the height, normal to normal, and normal to normal again. Take the distance to 0.01, and you got it. And this is the before and the after. Nothing fancy, but it's a good that it's pale. Like you're gonna notice it more in this part. So to add particles, select the ground and press this plus button. Now if you press play, you're gonna have particles falling down because the gravity is enabled. So go to the scene properties and disable gravity. Now if you press play, they'll move up because of the velocity. So go to velocity in here and take this to 0. Now if you press play, 2 will start appearing in a different time, like you want them all in the first frame. So select it, go to the frame start and end, and give this 0. Now they are all in the frame number 0, and they will disappear in the frame number 15, as you see. Because the lifetime in here is 15, you can increase it to whatever, for example 100, and take the timeline to 100, and now they will stay all the time. Now we have this hollow object. They rendered as a hollow object. We need an actual mesh, so we are going to add a Shift A and add an icosphere. I'm gonna give it like 1 level, and we're gonna start deforming it. So I'll select a vertex in here and try to make a weird shape with that. It doesn't need to be perfect, just keep tweaking. Scale that, scale it. Alright, I think just like that. So back to the ground. Now cool. And now go to render as, select object, and select this eyedrop, like press this eyedrop and select your object. Now we have the icosphere scattered in the ground. Like it's have the same rotation and scale. So to change that, like first go to source and check this, use modifier stack. Alright, and go back now to the rotation. Where is it? Rotation, enable it, and turn the randomization. Randomize a little bit, and the phase. Like now they have random rotation, which is awesome. Alright, also like they are big. To change the scale, you can go to render and scale and turn the scale all the way down, just like that. You can also turn scale, randomize to give them randomized scale. Okay, I think I'll scale them a little bit, just like that. Alright, like if we increase the number, just like that, you're gonna see that like this whole ground is start having particles, like, which is not good because the viewport will be slow and everything. So we need to assign a vertex to tell Blender where to scatter the particles. So to do that, select the ground, go to edit mode and Shift Z and box select only the part that it's visible. Like as you see, this is the only part that it's visible, and go to the vertex group and press this plus button and hit this assign. Like with your vertex still selected, hit assign. Now if you hit selected, you're gonna see it that the vertex group is assigned. Alright, to apply it, go to the particles, down in the vertex group, you're gonna find the density and choose your group. Now the particles are scattered only on the part that we assign. Like as you see, they have this grid effect. To remove it, select the ground and go to, where is that? Yeah, source, change it to random, and the problem is solved.
Yeah, they might need to be a little bit scaler, so feel free to go back to the scale and scale it. Like if it still looks big, if they still look big, you hit the minimum scale in here. You just need to select your object, but make sure to scale it on edit mode. So select your object, go to edit mode and scale it down. And scale it a little bit, just like that. It's like if you find the perfect angle for you, you can select the ground and go to the modifier tab and press this icon, and now you can select like you can add a new vertex group and start selecting only the parts that it's visible in the camera, like only the parts that it's visible in the camera. I think you're gonna end up with something like that. Just make sure like the box, like this part, because you see I'm trying to only select those parts, and I think now, like, yeah, only the part that it's visible from the camera, and hit this assign button, and we can go back to the particles and change the density to the group that we just created. As you see, now the particles is only in the part that it's visible in the camera. Perfect. I think I'm gonna increase the numbers. I don't know, like let's multiply that by 2 and see this is going to happen. Multiply it again by 2. I think it's a good number to start. So for the texturing for our particles, I'm gonna select it and press this new button, and let me just take the number, divide that by 2. Yeah, and I'm gonna add an object info node. Like what this object info node, like if you have no triangular add-on element, control shift to preview the texture, go all the way down to random. Like you're gonna see that each particles has a different color. For example, this one have black, gray, white, like from white to black, and we can use that as a mask to create different colors. So we are going to add another principal BSDF. I'm just gonna duplicate this one and add a mix shader. Take this shader into the surface, and we're gonna use this random as a factor, and I'm gonna take the metallic on the first shader and give that like a blue color. Let me try to use the same one for the light. So Control C, go back and Control V. And I'm gonna take the saturation a little bit, also the roughness, and take that and plug it into the first. Also this one, for example, I'll give it a dark, not a dark, la. I'm gonna increase the emission on this one a little bit. Plug it in here. Now as you see, we have some particles that has the emission, and some that has the metallic shader. Like to add the more control, we can add a color ramp. Plug it in here and control how many particles you want to have the emission straight. Like this white slider, control the bottom one, the black, control the top. So as you see, and I'm gonna take this one. I think just like that. It's good for now. Also, I'm gonna increase the roughness or decrease it. I can always come back to this. I can keep tweaking. You cannot find the perfect thing in the first attempt, so keep tweaking. Let me see. I'll increase the number. I'll multiply that by 5. Like for example, if like I have now in here, I don't know how many numbers, but if I go to the viewports and display, can take this to 10%. Like this number will still rendered, like the number of the particles will still rendered, but only in the viewport I can see the 10% of this number. I hope you get what I say. Alright, I think now it's done with the particles. We can move on to the lighting, but one thing, you need always to be in the frame number 1, because if you are in the frame number 0, you cannot see the particles in the render view. Like if you press F12 and render, or if you go to, what is that, yeah, render, you cannot see it. You need always to go on the frame number 1. And for example, if you did an adjustment for the displacement, for example, you change the scale or whatever, okay, you can always enter, go to edit mode, get out, and the particle will be adjusted. Not adjusted, like, what is the update? Yeah, the particles will be updated. So always like enter to edit mode, go back, make sure you are always in the frame number 1, and make sure that the lifetime of your particles is set to like a higher number. Also make sure that your object is applied the scale on it, like as you see, Control A, apply the scale. Like always apply the scale on an object, like I almost forgot. Like also the ground. So yeah, and make sure to check the use modifier stack. Like I'm saying this thing because when I'm working on this one, like I'm working hit render, I cannot see the particles. What is the problem? Like I'm checking everything is correct, like select this one, I found it, the scale is not applied, or I am in the frame number 0. So make sure to do that, and that's it. I'll catch you on the next one. So before we move on to the lighting, let me just do some adjustment to the camera. So select it, camera properties, and increase the focal length. Also play with the shift Y a little bit, just like that. Alright, and I want the angle to be from the side, so I'll select the empty, shift S, cursor to select the camera dot 3D cursor as a pivot point, like the same thing, and rotate that just a little bit on the Z axis. Yes, alright. Also I want a bottle to be rotated a little bit on the side, just like that, not that much. Yeah, perfect. So for lighting, I try to keep it as simple and easy and good as possible. So the first light will target the front side, then we are going to add the highlight in here, then we finish in that by adding another light in the back with a blue color to make the bottle stand out. To make the bottle more interesting and stand out. So let's see. Alright, so let's delete this light, so shift A, and we are going to use the 3D cursor a lot, so just to let you know. So shift A, and then area light, rotate that and move it to the side, just like that, and rotate that to face the bottle. I'll scale it on the x-axis, scale it on the y, and I'm gonna try to catch some shadows on the label. Alright, I'll take the strength a little bit down for now. Let me scale that. Alright, and then move it a little bit up. Here we go. Next we are going to add another light, this time with the blue color. You just rotate it, G, and place it in the back. As you see, the effect inside the bottle, this is what I'm looking for. Like, see the before and the after, a huge difference. You can also scale that and control like the parts that you want to be shiny. For example, you see, I've moved it to the side, this part have light, and then move it to the other side, like you have control. For this one, let's try to move it back and position it in a good way. But first, let's give that a blue color like I have in here, the hex code. So just like Control C, come to here, Control V, and copy it. As you see, let's move it forward, side. So now the bottle looks way better. Like, see the difference? Sick. So try to move it up if you need. Okay, highly recommend you to tweak that. Alright. So next we are going to add the highlight. So Shift A, add an area light and place it in the side. This time going to the other side from here. Try to scale that on the X. I just want a small line in here. As you see, they want also to sort of come from the top angle, like in here. Sorry. So try to rotate that just like that. You see, this is what I'm looking for, this light in this part. Adjust the strength and then move it to the side. Try to scale it on the x-axis. Yeah. Yes. Increase again the strength of your light and move it down. We'll just keep it like that. Yeah, I think it's perfect. We are done. We are done with lighting the bottle. Now let's light the ground. Let's, like, in case you want to give some light to the ground, like, and catching those particles. So you just need to go to here. We are going to add an area light. Like, I'm placing the 3D cursor in the part that I want to add the light. Like, I'm holding Shift, left click, and click. Add an area light, rotate that, move it to the side, and in here in the spread I'll try to drop it. I want some harsh shadows in there. Also, I'll take the strength a little bit down, because now lets me increase the particles number in here and set the percentage. Yeah, I feel like they are a little bit bigger, so I'll scale that one more time. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. You can also take it, bro. This is slowing down my viewport. Let me take this to 15. Alright, so let me now place it in here. Control M, and see, you can, for example, take it and place it in a part and catch some shadows, and catch some shadows. Yeah, also this one looks good. All right, that's it, I think, for this one. I think it's perfect. Just keep tweaking the lighting is everything. So just keep playing. Try to keep your light as simple as possible, and try to use the light to drag the attention. And don't worry if you have too much darkness, like like I don't know why people don't like dark shadows. Like I feel like those the dark shadows are helping to drag the attention to the brightest part. Like, let me just show you. For example, if we have in here, just do like, if we have in here a light in the front, you see that how the attention has been removed from the bottle. Like, see the difference between this and this. So just keep in mind. All right, that's it. I hope you learned something, and I'll catch you on the next class. Now let's work on the first scene. The idea that I have for this one is I want this bottle to be placed on top of this crystal, like in a crystally environment. So yeah, let's start. First I'll take this bottle and Shift S cursor to select. I want the 3D cursor to be snapped in here. So we are going to add an empty cube to parent this empty to the bottle. So scale everything and try to adjust it also in the top view. Hold Shift and the box, select this part, Control P, object, keep, transform. Now everything is parented to the empty. Alright, so next I'll take this bottle and I'll place it perfectly on top of these. Also go to the top view and I'll check everything is correct. Alright, just like that. Next we are going to add a camera, so Shift A, add a camera. I'll change my aspect ratio. You can press 0 on your numpad to go to the camera view, G, and drag it back, move it up. I'll increase the focal length to something 18. Take this one, move it back, and then move it up. Also, I'll adjust this one because you see it's not perfectly in here, so I'll move it a little bit inside, just like that. Alright, so we're gonna be enabling the composition guide. So in the camera properties, under viewport display, composition guide, enable the third and the center. The thing that I want to do is I want the shot to be a little bit from the bottom and a little bit from the side, like the same technique that we use in the second class. So hold Shift and place the 3D cursor in here, go to the top menu and switch to 3D cursor, or you can press dot 3D cursor. Now everything will rotate perfectly around the 3D cursor. So R, Y, and rotate that a little bit on the Y axis, just a little bit. R, X, and also on the Z axis, just a little bit. I feel like I rotated that much from the Y, so I'll take it a little bit up, just like that. Alright, so press G, X twice, and move it to the side, go to the composition guide, and then play with the shift that a little bit, like my eyes on top of this line. I want this line to be in here, also the center to be Also I'll press G and I'll move it down, and also a little bit on the Y, and G, move it a little bit forward, go back. Alright, like I think now it's perfect. We are ready to move. So next I'll take this crystal and I'll place it in the background. Like I feel like it will help us in the composition. So select this crystal, hit Shift D, G, X, and move it back, G, Z, and move it up, and S, scale everything up, S again, S. Alright, just like that. Okay, I think now it's perfect. Next I'll be switching to my render view to just see what is going on. Next we are going to add the background, add the plane, rotate it, to place it behind your object. Alright, so for the background, like our default shader for the background, select the background, select the plane, it's this new button, add a translucent BSDF, take it and plug it into surface, Shift S, cursor to select, Shift A, and add an area light, and place it behind the background. So move it a little bit down because I want some darkness, give that a little bit of strength. For the color, I'll pick a slightly blue color, not, yeah, just like that. Alright. Now we can move on to the lighting. So let me take this one, G, and move it back. Alright, let's scale it up. Try to adjust it. Also let me enable the depth of field from now, like to just don't forget. Select the camera, go to the depth of field, enable it. Select this and choose the label to be the target. Now we have the background is blurry, so you can control. Okay, I recommend around 8. Yeah, that's it. Also rotate this one and to give it like a different angle, you can rotate it. Yeah, just like that. For lighting, I want the first light to be targeted only those parts, like the front and the label, and I want some highlight also to be in this part and here. So let's start with the main light. So Shift A, add an area light, and move it to the side. G, bring it forward, and then scale it down. I'll change the shape to disk. I'll drop the spread. I'll drop the strength and drop the spread all the way down so that we see what we are doing. I'll move it forward. I'll scale this on the Y axis like that. Alright, to place it, yes. So go back to the spread, increase the spread and increase the strength of your light like that, and here we go. So for the highlights, I want this part and this part, so we are going to add an area light, rotate it, and I'll place it behind this part. Anyway, so scale it down, take the strength almost down and scale this on the z-axis. Scale this on the z-axis and replace it in the back. Okay, I want it barely to be visible, so scale it one more time on the x-axis and take the strength a little bit. Yeah, just like that. Alright, I'll duplicate the same light and I'll place it in the side, the bottom part. Yeah, as we see in here. So I'll increase X and remove it back, increase the strength, and here we go. Like, I don't know why this part on the label looks that dark, like this part. So to get rid of this, really easy, take your label, go to edit mode and move it on the x-axis like that. Alright, and move it across, and this will do pretty much it. And select the empty and the light and rotate. Make sure that you select the empty lastly and choose active element and rotate everything, and now we have this. And I'll move the light a little bit to the side. I'll drop its strength, and here we go. And that's it. You can also scale the light a little bit more if you need, or scale it up. Play with the spread, and that's pretty much it for this one. For this one, we are going to use 3 elements. We have the wood chunk, the bottle, and the crystal. First thing, I want to take this crystal and scatter it on the top. So start by rotating the wood chunk and place it below the bottle. Select your crystal and place it in the top. Press Shift D and duplicate your crystal around the bottle. Don't pay too much attention to it because we're gonna adjust that later. After you're done, if you see now they look similar, they have same size, same angle, which make it a little bit weird. So we need to change the variation for each one by scaling and rotating. Like, to make it easy for you, try to make the bottle looks like it's held by the crystal, like if the crystal helping it from not falling down. And take your time on this. So yeah, after you finish, you can parent the crystal to the wood chunk to move it freely on the space, to scale it or rotate it, whatever. Next, we are going to add the camera, and don't forget to change the focal length to something around 18 and move it back. What I did next is I duplicate the wood chunk and place it on the top. This will help us in the composition. We are going to add the plane, scale it, and move it back. In the shading tab, give it a translucent BSDF. Then add an area light and place it behind it to create a gradient background. For the lighting, we are going to keep it simple as always. Add an area light, rotate it, and place it in the top. Change the shape to disk, drop the spread, and adjust the strength. Now we just created the main light. Let's add the highlight. Add another light, move it to the side, scale it on the x-axis, adjust the strength, and here we go. Fastest lighting breakdown for the